Hello, and welcome back to the 3 at Moon live stream, everybody. My name is Matt, otherwise known as 3 at Moon, or Sega, here on Twitch and YouTube. If you're watching live on twitch.tv/3up_moon, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm a session drummer out of Canada, and my main inspiration for getting into sound engineering and making my own music, which I do under the name Basin Spectra on Bandcamp. My main inspiration is the music that I guess swam in as a kid, the retro soundtracks of my childhood, so like NES, SNES, Sega Genesis music, all sorts of really fantastic music and sound design that was inspiring me without me even realizing it. Inspiring me as an engineer, as a sound designer, and as a musician, just as a creator in general. So the core of this channel is really to kind of hone in on that, on my sort of initial childhood inspiration, which flourished into, going to school for sound engineering and collaborating with a whole array of different styles of musicians as a drummer. And now this channel, started in January, and it hasn't been running for that long, but a lot of people have been showing up on the regular. We've been getting a lot of support, and it's great to be able to hold space for folks that have similar interest in sound design and music and video games, specifically retro video game music as well. There's a lot of fantastic indie games that are being released more recently that have that retro aesthetic, but also experiment with really interesting sound design tech. And today we're going to be playing a whole bunch of different games, and the reason why I'm talking about music is because, one, I'm just in that zone, and two, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is what we're going to be playing today. That's our initial game. But we're doing episode 22 of the Retro Roulette. It's an ongoing series where I've basically curated a list of retro games that fit a specific theme. and attach it to a roulette wheel. I can spin it, you can spin it for 1,000 moonstones anytime you like, and whatever we land on, we have to play. Now this is the animal and creature themed wheel that we have going, and it's the largest wheel, with 1,500 games from Atari 2600 to N64. There's also ROM hacks and homebrew projects and all sorts of cool stuff. We don't know what we're going to get next, but the initial spin gets us Sonic the Hedgehog 3, and it's one of my favorite soundtracks on the Genesis, so I'm stoked for that. We've played some Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2 on the Master System, and we've played and beat a couple of ROM hacks of Sonic 2 on stream as well. Very influential game for me as a kid. So stick around, we've got Sonic the Hedgehog 3 up next. We're listening to some remixes from the Animal Crossing series. Welcome to the stream, Michelle. Welcome to the stream, Little Mixer. Thank you for the work and lurk. And I want to say thank you to the recent followers. I want to say thanks to Ballistic Aristocrat, a really good Super Mario World streamer. Does a lot of Mario World, like Kaizo content, and plays ROM hacks. Thank you for the follow. Thank you to Bag of Knives for the follow as well. And thank you to One Up John, another great retro streamer. Thanks to Carl Rocco as well. And Captain Quakequo. I keep saying your name wrong. So stick around, we've got Sonic the Hedgehog 3 on the Genesis up next. Also, if you're not following Little Mixer on Twitch, please go give them a follow. It's a really great retro channel. I've been watching a lot of really fun Ghouls and Ghosts and Goblins streams over there recently for the spoopy season. If you're watching on YouTube after the fact, feel free to check out all the previous episodes of the Animal and Creature Retro Roulette streams. Every single one of my streams gets uploaded in full onto YouTube, so if you can't catch me live from 1 p.m. Pacific onward, then you can usually catch me there at your own time. Okay, welcome to the stream. You should be able to see me. Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. Hey everyone, rocking some different glasses today. And we're going to be playing some Sonic the Hedgehog 3. We actually played and beat DuckTales 2 a couple of streams ago in this series. DuckTales 2 on the NES that had a music mod. And it was really cool. It actually had all the music from this game, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Sonic and Knuckles, but just kind of demixed or demade into the 8-bit style. It was a really highly recommended, not that I don't like the DuckTales 2 music, but a highly recommended experience for sure. Just going to make sure the music and the sound is good. There we go. Yo, it's approved. I love it. That's great. It looks great as the emote. What's up, Parax? Really digging the Coop emote. Coop's emote. And then, of course, you got a dead Yoshi. That's funny. I like that a lot. Check out Parax if you're not following them. Oh, I was kidding. I didn't think that that was a joke shout-out. I did not think that Sega had their own official Twitch channel. But of course they do. I always love this music. And it's actually the NES remix of it in DuckTales 2 a couple episodes ago. Was pretty rad as well. I feel like I got a rough voice today. I think, you know what, just for fun, when the hell do you just play as Tails, you know? Let's give him a shot. I always liked Tails' forward animation here. He's just like, dunk, dunk, dunk. He's just got like this forward kind of bob. It's really interesting. Let's just fly through the level, folks. This would be a fantastic piece of music for a Kaizo level in a Super Mario World hack. Can we cheese it? Yes, we can. Hey! Hey. No monkeying around over here. I'll take it. It's way cooler fast. I think it's pretty funny that we're just going to be playing as Tails. I've said it before, we've played a couple of Sonic the Hedgehog 2 ROM hacks and actually beat it twice. The one I really liked was just a graphical hack. It just was the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 Saturday morning cartoon, so the Sat AM edition. And I don't know if you have seen it before. It's a fantastic. You probably know already. It's a fantastic animation. It's one of the things I really love about it is like the backgrounds and the story is pretty great as well. It's very different than Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which is extremely goofy and cartoony. And Sonic Underground was like the spin-off sequel. Not nearly as good, but basically it was just Sonic 2 with Tails and Sonic and the bosses and the Badniks, Robotnik, all looking more like they did in that TV show, essentially. Just kind of... I don't know, we want to go down. Perfect. Tails is powering up. Oh, look how many rings we have, folks. That's a sign, we just gotta keep going. It's 42. If you're not new to the channel, you'll know that that number just creeps up on us in every single playthrough, no matter what game we play. It just seems to make its way. Oh. No, I don't want to do that, because I can't attack from here. 2 times 10. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, the music for Angel Island Zone is pretty great. I always like the shields as well. I thought that was a nice little touch. You remember this was the first Sonic you ever played when you were 10 at your friend Joanna's house. Oh, what's up? Danny Poplio, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, as a kid, I did have the Genesis. I didn't have a lot of games for it. Oop, we're gonna do that over again, because I'm a doof. That's right. Press the save state button at the worst possible time. That's fine. This is a fun game. I'm super down to run through the levels again. But on the Genesis, I didn't have a lot of games for it, but I rented a lot of games for it. I had Sonic 1 and 2. I rented Sonic 3 a lot, but didn't, because there's a place in our hometown that rented like classic games, even after their release. Like it was always like a used rental space, which is really cool. And you can rent like, I used to go to Blockbuster and rent like Game Boy Color games, and believe it or not, and rented Game Boy games. It was cool. I was lucky our town had that. But I rented Sonic 3, and then I had Mortal Kombat 1 and 2, and those are really like the only arcade like 1v1 fighters that I ever grew up with. Didn't really play a lot of Street Fighter. Nope. This would be a great one to be your first Sonic game that you played, though. It would be tough to go to Sonic 1 after this, though, I would say. Sonic 1 is quite difficult, I find. Even to this day. Come on! I'm just going to do a quick shout out to Danny Poplio as well. Oh, nice. You were playing... Was that last stream that you were playing, was it with your nephew? You were playing Kirby's Return to Dreamland? That's the Nintendo Wii game, which I think is a, like, 2D... No, I guess it's a 3D platformer, right? I'm super, super excited for Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I had such a good time playing Kirby 64 and beating it on stream. It was such a nice experience. It was very refreshing for a Kirby game. And I really, really hope that there's some references in Forgotten Lands to it. But apparently there's another game on the Switch, a Kirby game that very recently came out that's supposed to be really good as well. The post-apocalyptic Kirby. I think it's very suiting too, because Kirby to me is basically like an eldritch horror. He's like, some of the forms that Kirby can take, specifically in Kirby 64, it's pretty wild. And horrific. Like, you could classify Kirby up there with, like, Cthulhu. Easily. Some of the forms that Kirby's taken. And, to be honest, like, if you've ever seen the anime, Kirby Right Back at Ya, the townspeople are terrified of Kirby. They live, like, they're like, hey, Kirby, how's it going? I hope you're having a nice day. And, like, they just do not want to mess with their vibe. Like, there's moments where, like, you can see all the townspeople get super nervous, like the NPCs in town, when Kirby's upset or, like, angry. So, like, maybe the lore is that Kirby finally finished everyone off. Don't want to get eaten by Kirby? Yep, I can relate. What's up, Momo? Welcome to the stream. We don't have any mods in the chat right now, but we got a lot of awesome folks showing up. And if you're not following Momo, of course, please go follow them. There's a shout out. This is episode 22 of just an ongoing series. We're always doing this retro roulette thing, and this is really fun. It's nice to be able to revisit Sonic games like this. We've played some ROM hacks of Sonic 2. We played the Master System versions of Sonic 1 and 2, which are very weird. In fact, the Master System Sonic 1, which I think is in the last episode, we found a level that was an auto-scroller, which is so much the antithesis of Sonic. I mean, heck, we even played a Sonic 2 ROM hack where we played as Kirby. It's called Kirby's Superstar 2, which is dumb. It's a dumb game. But you play, instead of as Tails, it's Waddle Dee, and instead of as Sonic, you play as Kirby. And, they actually removed the spin dash, and when you hold the spin dash button, Kirby just opens his mouth, and every enemy on screen, like if we were to do it here and there's like 4 enemies, it would just pull all the enemies into his mouth. You can't, there aren't abilities or anything that they hacked into it, but I thought it was really cool just to do that they went in and did that. And then Waddle Dee can do the same thing. Doesn't have a new ability. He can toss Kirby up for like a 3rd jump, but Kirby has a double jump, so they've actually modded it as well, so double jumps were really prevalent and kind of crucial to the levels, so I think that's pretty cool. Oh, sorry, I think it's a little bit loud. Let me just fix this. Okay, that should be a touch better. My apologies for anyone with headphones. Kirby's been... Oh, that's great. Kirby's been a long-time resident around here. Your youngest has had a lifetime obsession and has played all the games. Nice. I was just talking about how excited I am for the new one on the Switch. And I think there's a recent one on the Switch that's supposed to be pretty good. And Danny Poplio in the chat has been recently playing Kirby Return to Dreamland on the Wii? They're great games, though. Really, really charming. And they control really well, as well. That's the key. Like, as a platformer, they're really unique. I think the mechanics in it are unique. There's no real other platformer that's like Kirby. In fact, you see a lot of clones of games, but you don't see a lot of clones of Kirby, which is interesting. Yeah, they're great games. I think I played Canvas Curse on the DS, as my most recent Kirby game, and then I just stayed away from them. Because I just wasn't a fan of like that whole drawing tech. I was into the idea of a game that utilized a stylus and had drawing mechanics, but I just wasn't a huge fan of that one. But yeah, Forgotten Land, I'm really excited for it. We recently beat Kirby 64 and did the full Crystal Shard challenge, like the 100%, to get the final boss and everything, and there's so many things in that game that I hope they bring into Forgotten Land, but mainly it would be fantastic if the combining of abilities was available, because I don't think there's any other game that lets you do that. Alright, and if you're a follower of Surfins, you'll know that the hydrosity zone means you gotta hydrate, so if everybody wants to quaff on the dance floor, I'll quit copying you, don't worry. Feel free to hydrate. And of course, we played DuckTales 2 the other day with all this music, so it's really cool to hear. We played like a mod that just changed all the music, so it's cool to hear the music in its original form. Oh, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. And as a session drummer, one of my favorite styles of music to drum is like hip-hop, R&B, soul, and funk. And just like... I mean, I spent hours listening to this soundtrack before I even knew I wanted to drum. And before I even knew that that was a genre of music I wanted to make. Of course, I didn't spend hours learning how to press the save state button at the right time. So we gotta return to Eggland over here. Let's go. Yes. I don't know why I chose Tails. It is a little difficult to control. But I never use Tails, I think that's exactly why. Okay, we got rid of Jim Carrey. I never used Tails. There's a series of 3 games actually on the Game Gear that you play just as Tails. I think it's called Tails Adventure 1, 2, and 3, and they're actually pretty good. I'm discovering there's a lot of Game Gear games and a lot of Sega Master System games that were ported on both systems that are just really, really tight, well-designed platformers, specifically platformers. There's a ton of them, and I just didn't grow up with a Game Gear or Master System, and similarly to how NES games were often ported to the Game Boy, I just didn't grow up like with those games. So I've been discovering them lately. Disney platformers and just some really fantastic stuff. It's super unique to the system. The drowning warning is one of your kids' alarms. That's amazing. That's such a good way to wake up. Stressful, but... I always like this little melody. It certainly does wake you up. Yeah, totally. Because if it doesn't, it's just gonna get faster. Okay, we're gonna go down this way. And just be careful. Nope. Oh, that was such a close call. Okay, Tails. Yes. Oh. Yeah, you know, a game that I haven't played, Sonic Mania, and that maybe might seem crazy. But one day I will. There's all sorts of great mods for Sonic Mania as well. Oh, you just have to wait, okay. But a game I loved playing on the PC back in the day, I didn't have the Sega CD or anything, but I had just a CD-ROM version of it, was Sonic CD. I love the time travel aspect of it, and there are full soundtracks, like Japanese soundtracks, and then Western soundtracks that are actually completely different. And that I can appreciate from a music standpoint. Okay. Tails is swimming. I mean, that is exactly how a fox would swim, I guess. A fox with shoes and gloves. Let's just think about that one for a second. How weird that is. And also, a fox with shoes and gloves treading water underground. We're gonna die. Yeah. Like, just in reality, if you were swimming, let's just say you were swimming, and you were under the water, and then you just saw something swim past you, and it was a fox with gloves and shoes doing this exact animation. And it just looks at you. It's like doing this, and it just slowly looks at you, and then keeps going. But it's gotta be the slow look, which is like... and the fast paddle. That's funny. Such close calls. Come on. Come on. Oh, I can't jump! The piranha was holding us down. The piranha was stopping us from being able to jump. Okay, that was silly. Oh yeah, we need some more coffee in us. Speaking of coffee, we just set up our Ko-fi account. I'm phasing out my Patreon because I just don't really think it's the best platform for the channel at the moment. And if you want to support the channel and can support the channel, you can buy a coffee for me using Ko-fi. And basically, it's a similar platform to Patreon, but you can also set up like a merch store, which we might set up some interesting merch, maybe just with some classic gaming related stuff. But Ko-fi's pretty cool. I would look into it. If you're a creator, it's a really fantastic set up. I want to say thanks to the people that sent in some donations, one-time donations for my birthday on Wednesday as well, and to anyone that showed up and gifted subs. But truly, I appreciate the gift subs, but you give way more money to Twitch that way. And Ko-fi just aligns a little more. It doesn't take any percentage from creators unless a creator wants to, so you have the option to opt into that. And I think that's really cool. Work arrived, you're gonna lurk for a while, no worries. Thank you for hanging out, Danny. You finished off all your coffee and you're now on to tea. I'm wondering if this is the way to go here. Like up. But yeah, the link is on the screen there, the Ko-fi account. But one thing I really like about Ko-fi is that it's set up really great for people who are like, anyone that's creating like physical art or digital art. If you're maybe like a comic artist or an independent like graphic novelist, or just a painter, illustrator, and you want to sell stuff, you can actually set up a really cool commission platform. You can set up membership like Patreon if you wanted to, or just like subscribing on Twitch. And you have a little more autonomy. I just really like the platform. And I want to thank Wrath AV Marie for introducing me to it. And I've seen a handful of people see success on it. The coolest thing about it is like you can easily, like I've already picked up a couple pieces of comic art from some independent artists. Like you can easily support a visual artist on it, which is cool. And musician too. Like there's all sorts of people using it. It's great. Ooh, yes, that's what we need. We need that and we need that. So now we can breathe. Don't have to worry about it. This is a very casino vibe. This piece of music right here. So Parahax, if you're still chilling, you released House of King Boo recently, the Halloween Super Mario World ROM hack. Has it been improved yet? And like, I guess I just don't know too much about Super Mario World Central and stuff like that, and ROM hacks. But how long does it usually take for a hack to be approved? And if not, that's cool. If you're not here, that's alright. Oh, I always love this bonus stage. Sonic 2's bonus stage is golden to me, though. The tunnel, where you have to collect the rings. Love the music. I've definitely, as a kid, had a dream where I was in that bonus stage. It's so the opposite of who I am now, but I was on the track team in high school, which is really funny to say, because, like, no way. That's so not me. But I was, and I definitely had a dream where, like, one of the runs we had to do was like that. They're like, collect 70 rings, and I was like, what? Huh? My track coach was like, do you want the Chaos Emerald or not? At the end of the dream, it just said, not enough coins, not enough coins. Okay, we can actually use Tails to our advantage here, right? Nope, we can't. Nah, man. It's a shame you can't change your character. Like, halfway. You know, where's that mod where you just press select and then Tails and Sonic high-five each other and then swap places? The DKC characters swap mod. You have to make a phone call? No worries. Thanks for dropping in. Ooh. Yeah, how are you? Like, what do you expect? I'm not sure that's even possible. That's so weird. Oh, it's like that. The Tale of Tales is ending. Come on. Nope. Wow. We only have 1 life left. Okay, we'll do one more attempt, and then I'll try to play as Sonic. Okay, wait. No. Well. Okay, that's enough. Sometimes you just gotta jam along. And we had it for like a split second there, but no. It fell apart. Okay. Uh-oh. Idris Elba just showed up. I kind of like that Idris Elba was in talks to play James Bond for so long, and then was like, yeah, I'll play Knuckles. It's basically the same thing, really. Of the two options, I mean, who wouldn't want to play Knuckles? I can't wait for the Knuckles Chaotix movie. And then they'll get, a bunch of people to play Vector. Who would play Vector in the Knuckles Chaotix movie if it's gonna follow the trend of hiring a celebrity? Yeah, I think we're just gonna roll with Sonic on this one. Come on! The Come On always makes me think of the Funky Kong music.
Wow.
Wow, childhood me would be very impressed. Be like, holy shit, how'd you do that? I don't know. Don't ask me. You're the one that can't do it, childhood me. You're the one that sometimes would only get like one blue sphere in the entire level. Come on. It's not my fault. I'm just adult version of you. Leave me out of this. Oh, we're done. Childhood me brought me into this. Oh, yikes. Thanks, me. Thanks, myself. Jeez. Nope. Bubbles. My bubbles. Oh, no. I did not anticipate that. That's not good. So Danny Poplio was saying that Sonic 3 was the first Sonic game that they played. What was the first one that you played? For me, it was Sonic 1. Not when it first came out, mind you, but that was still just the first one I played. Would have been Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, Sonic and Knuckles around the same time. I rented Sonic Spinball a couple of times. And then, yeah, Sonic CD, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle on the GameCube. And the advanced games would have been what I played right after. I'm not a huge fan of Genesis soundtracks. Like, I've been doing a lot of, like, A and Bing, listening to, like, the soundtrack of a Genesis game and then its Super Nintendo counterpart. There's certain things, like, I do really like the fact that the Genesis actually has FM synthesis going on, which makes it unique and also ties it into what we expect to hear when we hear synths in, like, modern music. A lot of people use FM synthesis. It's quite common. The Genesis was capable of doing that, but the Super Nintendo not necessarily. But the Super Nintendo is also a little bit better at samples, a little bit better at strings, anything orchestral. It was able to just kind of articulate a little better. Welcome to the stream, Bruno. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, we're playing some Sonic the Hedgehog 3. I was just asking the chat, what's the first Sonic game that you ever played? The very first one. For me, it was Sonic 1 on the Genesis. But I think you were here when we were playing the Master System one, and you said you grew up with the Master System, which is really cool. Yes. Bye-bye, Jim Carrey. Goodbye, Jim Carrey, and welcome, Idris Elba. Oh yeah, the music in this game is amazing. Yeah, the boss battles for sure. But like Knuckles' theme here, like it's very funky. And as a session drummer, my favorite thing to drum to is funk music, hip hop music, 90s style hip hop, soul, R&B. So this is right up my alley. And I was saying earlier that it inspired me without me really knowing or realizing it. But so did the soundtracks to like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on NES and Turtles in Time and infinite other game soundtracks. Very first Sonic game you played was Sonic Heroes. Very cool. I like how there's like everyone's story is going to be very different. That was a great game. I played it on the GameCube actually. I liked it a lot. And actually, I've talked about it before on stream. I haven't tried it out, but there's a ROM hack called Sonic Classic Heroes, and what it does is it's the same concept. I think it's custom levels. It might just be the original levels from these games, but it's the same concept, and you actually have teams of 3, and you can go through the levels in teams of 3, which I think is pretty cool. And it's the same teams that you would see in Sonic Heroes. So if you want like an old school throwback experience, I love those like hybrid sort of ROM hacks. That's cool. Many years later, you know, the PS2 version is the most glitched. Oh, interesting. No, don't want that. We have to be very careful here. I just want to do a quick shout out to Bruno's channel as well. Go give them a follow, that'd be awesome. You really started to enjoy Sonic years later. Oh nice, you were doing some Pokemon Stadium 2. That's an awesome game. Yeah, Sonic Generations was pretty fun. I remember playing it at a friend's house. I never purchased it, but... yeah, Pokemon Stadium 2, classic game, love it. And even, for anyone that doesn't know, we've got a bunch of sound effects in the channel if you just use Command SFX, and some of them here are right from Pokemon Stadium 2 because I just absolutely love the announcing.
Excuse me while I put on my sunglasses.
We've got that, we've got...
Bam! That worked perfectly!
I think this is all of them.
The White Hot battle continues.
But we've been, you know, we played a lot of Pokemon Stadium 2, and we played it randomized, and I really enjoyed it randomized because everyone was pitching in the chat and building teams and stuff. And I really enjoy the interactivity of it. Plus, I love Gen 2. It's one of my favorite gens, for sure.
Look at that swagger! What's this?
Yes. You watch the randomizer sometimes? Nice.
Oh, it's Raichu!
It's not as chaotic as like the 2D or like the standard like Pokemon randomizers, which I appreciate. It doesn't change too many things, but it does make for a good challenge, and I think I'm probably going to end up doing
the battle!
Another run of it sometime. Oh, what? Oh, this is not... Nope, I knew that was gonna happen. Sludge bomb away. Yeah, very fun game though. And I think for me, what I'm really finding charming about just visiting N64 games or revisiting like games like Pokemon Stadium 2, it's the low poly models. There's just something really charming about it. The early era of 3D games. Now that we're like far removed from it, it's it's pretty cool to revisit. And I like when indie games explore that low poly aesthetic as well, like modern indie retro games and stuff. Come on. Okay, that's fine. I'm down. Nope. No, come on. The announcer in Japanese is very funny too. Nice. Yeah, pretty much everything that he says. He's so excited about everything that he says. Ultimate hype man. To the point that when we started playing like Game Boy Advance games again, like Pokemon, like Nuzlocke and stuff, I missed them, so that's why we put them in as an option. How are we supposed to do this? What are we missing here? This is such a weird spot to be stuck in. Such a strange spot. Oh, it's Raichu. That's one of my favorite ones. His mispronunciations. Battle Revolution. Don't think I played it. Of course. Also, of course. Yeah, I haven't played anything after Pokemon Stadium 2, so there's like Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD, Gale of Darkness, all that stuff. Never got a chance to play it. Oh, don't. Damn. That's so dumb. What are we missing? There's something so obvious here. When a Sonic level slows you down like this, it doesn't work for me. Oh, you beat Stadium 2 in both rounds 1 and 2. What does that mean? Using Crystal Pokemon Team, no rentals. Oh, cool. From your actual Crystal card. What do you mean by both rounds? Oh, just me daddy. Oh, no. Why is this such a challenge? Unnecessarily. That's gotta be the most frustrating thing to watch. Oh my god. Okay. Whew. I love Pokemon Crystal. It's still one of my favorite games. We played Crystal Clear on stream, which is like an open world ROM hack of it. I highly recommend it. It lets you pick if you want to start in Kanto or Johto. It lets every Pokemon... It's just like a hack of the original one, but it lets the Pokemon follow you, just like in Heart Gold, Soul Silver. And I'm a little disappointed for the new remakes because they just... I feel like Heart Gold and Soul Silver look better than the graphics that we're seeing for Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. But that's right. When the original generation looks better, it's not a great call. Round 2 is hard mode. Ooh. I have never tried hard mode in the Stadium games. That could be an interesting challenge with the randomizer. I thought that was going to turn the bouncy things in the middle of it into rings, but it didn't. The sound we have under bonus is actually an unused sound that was like initially in the data in Sonic 1 when you get the bonus. Like when you get an extra life. No, let's do this from the top again. It's just that this boss fight sucks. It's not that Tails sucks, it's that the boss sucks. Oh, come on. Bad timing. What? At this point, we're just jamming to the music. Come on. Yep, it's just that this boss sucks. Come on. No, no, no. We got one hit, 2 hits. We hit him twice somehow. Oh! Yes, please. First time playing Spyro Season of Ice. Is that a Game Boy Advance game? Isometric Game Boy Advance game? If I'm not mistaken. Like, there's 2 versions, right? Spyro Season of Ice and then Season of Water. Or Season of Fire, sorry. I think there was also a version that was ported, or like a new Crash game that had Ripto as the main villain, and then they had whatever the main villain is in Crash. For some reason I can't think of him as the villain for Spyro. They like swapped villains basically. Cool. One sec here, folks. Oh, there's just something opening up. There's some background programs that are opening up right here, so I'm sorry about the repeating stuff here. Okay, it should be good.
Wow.
Oh yeah, Crash Purple. No. Oh no. Don't slow us down. No, 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 no. No. Nope. Yes. No. Nope, we're done. Oh, you've played the Crash Purple one? A fun idea for a collectathon on the Game Boy Advance. Yeah, I'm always down for collectathons. I'm a fan of those games. Oh my god. No. Wow. I don't remember this being this, or feeling, or seeming this convoluted. No, fuck you! It's not what I'm pressing! Oh, it feels and controls like a Spyro game. Cool. No! Don't do this. Nope. It's impossible if it's not going to register my my actual move. Like, I'm not pressing the jump button. I don't know why that's happening. Okay, cool. I know I said I really liked water levels. I've said this many times in the past. This might be my least favorite water level, but I love the music. Why do water levels have such good music? Well, you're talking about Season of Ice. Nice. Speaking of Game Boy Advance, I really like the Sonic Advance games. They did a great job. I feel like they stand out on their own, which is really nice. Okay, it stopped. Can't stay mad at this game for too long. Yeah, I feel like they're definitely underrated for sure. They did a great job, and they capture the sense of speed, the Sonic Advance games, in a completely different way, in a completely unique way, and perfectly tie in my opinion, the Sonic Adventure games, like tied into that same universe. We played Sonic Battle on stream, but I wasn't a big fan of that because it felt a little abstract and just didn't really feel like it controlled 100%. Many people always said how bad Sega was after the Dreamcast era, but, well, they've developed some really fantastic games. I think they're a great company. They've got some really... Like, didn't they just release the new Super Monkey Ball? I'd say Sega's pretty relevant still. And Sonic Mania was such a good response to the fans. Just visually it looks great. Still have yet to play it though, but it is always... It's just always on my list, because I had a lot of fun with Sonic CD, and it reminded me a lot of it, visually. But yeah, if you're watching and you haven't played any of the Sonic Advance games, I highly recommend them. Yeah, exactly. It's not all just Shadow the Hedgehog with guns and Sonic 2006. Sharks. Oh, for sharks, man. Turtley. Definitely, dude. For sharks. Now remember too that if you have 1,000 moonstones, you can spin the wheel at any time and have us play a completely different game. Idris Elba's back. Because that's the way this retro roulette works. You spin the wheel, and then I play what we get. Okay. It's like the World 3 Hammer Brothers stages when you're small Mario. The small amount of water that just affects your jump enough. Oh yeah, the Jet Set radio games are great. It's been years since I played any of them. Look how many rings we have, folks. This number, I'm telling you, it follows us everywhere. It's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. 42. It's a message from Douglas Adams. No. Oh. We can use these. That's interesting. No. Nice. Oh, it's just all about that timing. It's so bad that they're good. Nice. Like a good B movie. I feel ya. Even for bad games, they have a special charm. Yeah, totally. Usually, the thing that a lot of people react to the most, and whether it's positive or negative, is gonna, like in any video game, is gonna be the thing it's known for, and the thing that it eventually is endeared for. So, like, basically, it's kind of like a little play on a Brian Eno quote where he talked about music, and he talked about how, like a medium for music, each new music medium, or even art medium, you could say, visual art medium, just in general, initially the thing that people don't like about it, or the thing that people most talk about, becomes the quality that we all become nostalgic for it later on, which is kind of interesting. It encapsulates its own special charm. Oh. Almost. This is rough. Done. Oh, I've never I don't think I've heard of Sonic Colors before. I've heard of Sonic Rush on the DS, but not Sonic Colors. There's a whole bunch I guess I'm just missing out on or just don't know about. It's one of my favorite things about this. Power up. Is Sonic Colors a platformer as well? Oh, look at these dancing apple trees. Yeah, the music is so good in this. Oh, interesting. I honestly didn't know that was going to do that. I thought it was going to actually... I thought that was just like going to be a spring, initially. What the... That's weird. Like that happened. Ugh. The drums in this just has this like little hop that it doesn't need to have, but it just like makes the whole song like there's like a flavor to it that's awesome. Did I like miss my chance or something? What happened there? What? Oh, didn't expect that. Nope. Sorry about that one. Oh. It's a great 2D side scroller for the Nintendo DS. Nice. Cool. Nope. Oh yeah, Sonic Rush is the one that I'm aware of. But you haven't played that one yet. Nice. What is this, Flappy Bird? Come on. Flappy Hog? Well, I guess because it's Sonic, it'd be like Flicky Hog. No, just shut up. Nope. Sonic, shut up. Oh, wow, you suck, man. Excuse me? Yeah. Whoa. We missed our chance. There we go. Here's our bonus stage. Okay, there's a 1-up. I haven't played Generations in a long time. No. Okay. I don't know why my brain went to that. Why, for some reason, I thought that was going to work, but it worked. I guess that's great game design, because I didn't even realize why my brain went to that solution. It's like, oh. They knew what I was going to do. Good on you, Sega. Nope. This is such a weird mechanic. Like, is it inverted controls? Feels almost like it's inverted controls. Or just like up and down are inverted when you're on that blue platform. Got too excited. Okay, we gotta get 2. Three. Yes. Ooh, we got that different music variation. I appreciate that. They've got different variations of the music for each. For each act. I didn't expect a yo-yo mechanic, but okay. It was the 90s. That was so close. I had no idea where it was going to pop up. I got really lucky there. What is this, Ghosts and Goblins? Yep. Yes, please. So good. Nice save. No, we can do this. We can do this. We're so close. Yes.
Hedgehog.
Yes, perfect timing.
No.
Sure. Oh, it despawned them. That is the last thing I wanted. This isn't good. No. Well, that sucks. This music's really good, but this level kind of sucks. Just sucks because we're not dying. Or because we are dying. It'll return soon. Cool. Thanks for stopping in, as always. And like I said before, if you're not following Bruno Buono, please go give them a follow. Huh. Oh, we actually need... No way. Yeah, we actually need the fire to progress. I didn't think you actually needed a shield to progress in this, in any section. But there you go. Shows what I know. I'm lost. I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of this dreidel mechanic or whatever the frig is going on here. This top. I mean, we figured it out. I'm just still not the biggest fan. No. Okay, so we're just doing one hit at a time to Robotnik here. That's kind of silly. Whew. This is an extremely long level. Where's Sonic? There's no Sonic here. Whoa, okay. I did not expect that. That's supposed to happen. I got 4 hits. This is an interesting boss battle. I don't think I've ever... Either I haven't gotten here or I do not remember it. Bye-bye, Jim Carrey. Hello there, Jim Carrey. Let's try this again. Oh, wow. Welcome back. I do not remember this boss fight. No, Tails. Okay, Tails came back to life apparently to save us. Perfect timing. I think it was a cool choice to go from casino to carnival. Like carnival or circus. Oh, okay. It's just a wall. No. No, I guess that's not gonna happen. Let's just keep moving. Is this a Guy Fieri platform? Oh no, it must be. Oh, I might have screwed up my chances. No, reset's good. Oh. Not sure I understand. Honestly, didn't see the shelter there. Let's go. This stage feels very Canadian. Just the colors. And we're getting rid of the blue, so we're just Canadianifying it, which is funny. Oh, we couldn't get the second emerald, that's fine. All the dang hidden shelters. Yo, zombie paper. We're playing some animal themed games today. And rocking some Sonic 3. And I'm really enjoying the music. Really, really enjoying the music. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the spinning barrels. There's a few mechanics in this one that are a little finicky and you can get stuck in it, and I do prefer the Casino Night Zone, and I think that was in Sonic 2. Oh look, it's the Bowser boss fight meets a Tetris game. Like the Super Mario Bros. 3 Bowser boss fight. Attack the robot penis. Whoa. Yes. Oh. Interesting. Very lackluster boss. You heard the MJ Woo sound effect during that battle. Woo! And there's also a come on in one of the boss battles. You know, most people already know the connection between Michael Jackson and this game is that the majority of the ideas or the melodic ideas or even just the structures of the songs were all written by Michael Jackson, whereas like the first two games, Sonic 1 and 2, initially were just written by the lead singer of a Japanese pop group at the time. Would have been somebody super popular, who was very melodic, which is why a lot of the Sonic, that experience being a lead singer in a pop band, and a lot of the Sonic tunes in the first two games are super, super catchy and melodic. It's all about the hooks. But the Woo's got to be a direct nod for sure. but it's got there's a lot of history. If you don't know about it, I mean, most people know about it. It's about as known as like the fact that Super Mario Bros. 2 isn't Super Mario Bros. 2. Spoilers. I'm gonna shout out Zombie Paper as well if you're not following Zombie. That's a mistake. Well, apparently Michael Jackson was a big fan of Sonic. No. Oh, it's totally fine to make mistakes. Also, you are right. This visible hat is very similar. It's pretty much almost the same style as the invisible hat I was wearing yesterday. Oh, okay, we're going Donkey Kong, are we? You didn't know Michael Jackson was hanging with Sega in the 90s? Makes sense, though. Well, yeah, there is Michael Jackson's Moonwalker, which is awful. Yeah, Grandmaster Farmer. He had his very own Sega game. I did not like it much. What am I supposed to do here? That's annoying. How did I know that was going to do that to us? Majority of Moonwalker gameplay is the first level only. Ooh. I remember these old school animations where somebody animated the Sega Genesis Moonwalker sprite of Michael Jackson going through all the levels of Super Mario Bros. 1 on the NES, which is very weird because the art style clashes. And then at the very end, the final boss is Godzilla. Also from the NES. Alright. It's like the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Yo. Do I seriously have to... Lemon Demon. Old school Newgrounds animator. New school rhythm game character. I actually used to be an old school Newgrounds animator way back in the day. Did sprite animations, ran my own website, was a Newgrounds affiliate, had my own series page. Like 2004 to 2006 or 2007. Neil, Ego Raptor, Lemon Demon, David Firth, all those folks were just starting out and animating. I haven't shared my stuff because I'm not super proud of it, but I have a ton, like probably over 40 or 50 animations that I did, and also collaborated with other people on. And it was actually where I kind of learned how to do sound design at a very core level in Macromedia Flash before Adobe bought it. Got a lot of history with Newgrounds specifically. Was very active in the community. You know, I was like 15, 14, 15 maybe. Oh. What am I supposed to do here? Can anyone help me out? Is there like a specific... I was in Newgrounds before it got to be Old Grounds. Oh yeah. I always thought it was really cool. Like to the point that Tom Felt like mailed me a signed copy of Alien Hominid because I was one of the affiliates when it first came out on the GameCube. And I went out and bought a copy of the Game Boy Advance one, which I kind of like a little more. I still have that actually kicking around. Someone help me out here. What am I supposed to do with these platforms? They're super annoying. Like, is there a tech to getting up here? Yeah, well, I had been really fond of... I had seen some sprites of the Alien Hominid port on Game Boy Advance, and I've been really fond of like the pixel look as well. I'm a big fan of the Metal Slug series, and of course that game is very heavily inspired by it. But I thought it was a really nice gift. You need to press up and down. That's what I'm doing. Like back and forth, both of them. So down, up, down, up, down, up, or is it the other way around? I still don't know if I got it. This is so funny. Oh, yes. Ah, okay. I had to lock into the barrels movement. That's a very obscure way to progress. That's what you were saying, though. Like, you were like, oh, those barrels. What? Saber? Coming in with that raid? Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. How did the rest of the Random Evolution Pokemon Emerald Randomizer go? Thank you for the shout out, Zombie. We're rocking some Sonic 3. This is part of our Retro Roulette series. And basically, we're playing animal and creature themed games today. So you have the ability for 1,000 Moonstones at any time to spin the wheel. And whatever game we get, we gotta play. So this is just the initial spin. I usually give each episode an initial spin. We do this with spooky Halloween games. We do this with food-related games, eating, cooking games. We do this with sci-fi and alien, and you know, different intergalactic themed games as well. There's 1,500 games in the list, and if you spin that wheel, you'll get a one at random, and then we gotta play it. This is the first time I played Sonic 3 in a while. In quite a while. But I'm really enjoying it. And I hope you are all having a great time. I know that I always have a blast over at Saber's channel. Go see if you can give Saber a follow if you can. Spoink evolved into Granbull, and then Machop evolved into Nuzleaf. Nice. Those randomizer, like the random evolutions, really throw things off for me, because I tried one once, and it was a Growlithe, and then it evolved into a Victory Bell, and then it evolved into a Mewtwo, which is pretty badass. Like, you know, I got a Mewtwo, and then two levels later, it was a Weedle. And I was like, never again. My Mewtwo evolved into a Weedle. Khaleesi, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Whoop. So yeah, anyone can spin the wheel at any time, and that'll change things up. If you want to go and watch some of the previous episodes of the animal and creature themed games, you can check them out on my YouTube channel. And yeah, thanks for joining. Oh, I like that. That's really cool. You pop the balloons for air. It's a nice touch. If you're new to the channel and you're into retro games and randomizers, which I know you probably are if you're over at Sabers, because Saber does some really cool randomizer content, feel free to give it a follow on Twitch here, and also check out my Twitter, because that's when I normally post pretty frequently about when I'm going to go live. I also stream every day from 1 p.m. Pacific onward. May change in the future. Not the everyday part, but just the time. But yeah, I really appreciate the folks that have been popping in and supporting the channel on the regular. We had a really, really fun birthday stream last Wednesday. It was my birthday, and we did our first subathon, which was cool. Probably won't do another subathon. I'm kind of leaning away. Like, it's great to have subscribers on Twitch, but Twitch makes the most of the money, and being Canadian, they even make more money off of you than Americans. So, oh, we just ran out of time. Gives you 10 minutes max. I gotcha. But yeah, I'm actually kind of leaning towards Ko-fi now. It's a better platform, and if you want to support the channel and can support the channel, you can go and basically buy a coffee for me over there, or you can do monthly support, so you can basically do a subscription to any content creator. I highly recommend it to streamers and anyone that's creating their own art or just creating, you know, music or visual art. It's a really great platform, and I appreciate those that have been helping support the channel that way. But it just works a lot better for me. Twitch is already like making so much money off of everyone. So I think, like, definitely feel free if you'd like to subscribe to the channel and unlock those emotes and be able to watch ad-free, and you want to support the channel that way. It definitely helps the channel to grow for sure. But the end goal of that really is just, you know, when we get to 50 subs, we'll get an extra emote. And there's some things about Twitch I'm not a huge fan of when it comes to like the gamifying of things. So I think, you know, if you can support creators 100%, that's the best way to do it. I'm gonna have to try this again from the top. This is not nearly as easy as the Casino Night Zone in Sonic 2. Also, donations are not necessary, by the way, just a reminder. They're just always appreciated. They help keep the channel going, and they help make it possible for me to do this every day. I've never run into a timeout in a Sonic game before. Get me out of here. No! No. Balloons. Yes. Ooh, that was so close. That was very close. I still don't have the hang of this. This is annoying. Ooh. Whoa. You don't need to jump. Oh, I see. You just press up and down on the controller. Oh, you don't need to jump. That's what I've been doing wrong. Yep. Okay. There we go. Thanks, Saber. You can probably hear me like trying to time my A button. My A press. That's funny. Yeah, they do suck. There's like a little bit of jankiness to some of the mechanics in some of the levels in this game. You used to get stuck on that level as a kid until you figured that out. It's probably like a revelation. The levels in this are pretty maze-like. Like they're... Am I making an assumption by... like I feel like it's very possible that they have... that they're twice as big as the levels in Sonic 1 or Sonic 2. Could just be making an assumption. Nope. The biggest levels are the good reason why there's only 2 acts for the zones in this game. I see. The barrel you're on now is the one you got stuck on. Oh, that's funny. Got that hydrate. Thank you. Super important. This is my least favorite stage. Bonus stage. Not nearly as satisfying as any of the bonus stages in as the other one in this game or any of them in the other 2 Sonic games. Just Idris Elba coming out of nowhere constantly. Well, should have waited. Nope. Is this the Eggman's clown car, like the Koopa clown car? Looks like it. Oh, it's gonna pull me in. Gotcha. Oh. gotta do this methodically. No, there's a way to get 2 hits. There's a way to get 2 hits. There's gotta be. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, overshooting it. We just gotta do 1 hit at a time. That's it. Yes. The best Robotnik theme except for Doomsday Zone. Cool. Oh yes, that's right, I forgot about this. Rolling around at the speed of sound. I'm snowboarding Sonic, I don't have a... Wait, he says a snowboard in Sonic Adventure 2, right? Sonic Adventure 2? Well, I guess no, it's just the panel of the plane that he turns into a snowboard. I don't mind this level. I always talk about how I hate ice levels, but I don't mind this level as a level. Well, if it would let me do the spin dash, maybe I would. There we go. It's actually pretty decent. Yes, exactly. Rolling around at the speed of snow. Got places to snow and follow my snow. So bad. I always like this piece of music too. The ice cap zone. Okay, let's go. Gotta watch out for the yellow snow. Don't eat the yellow snow. I'm the Sonic coming out of your TV set. I love that. Gotta follow my snowboard. If you're following your snowboard, you're doing it wrong. If it's ahead of you, watch out for that tree, the incoming tree. It's quite the slippy slide. Nope. Interesting. No, fuck off. Oh yeah, not a bad idea to recreate City Escape 2D. Well, there's got to be similar levels, right, in Sonic Colors that you were talking about and Sonic Rush. And I can't really, like, I can't for the life of me, like, right now remember the levels very vividly oh, we screwed up. Of the advanced games, but there's got to be something similar for sure. I'm like very confused as to how to progress here, but sure. That was dumb. Let's try this again. Oh yeah, I'm doing it wrong. You have to leave a path. If you don't leave a path for yourself, you're gonna screw yourself over. I forgot about that. Everyone that's played this game is like, you friggin' idiot. It's okay, we got one Chaos Emerald. That's cool. I'd settle for one. Whoa. Okay, we found progression somehow. Oh. Penguins. There's nothing chill about those penguins. Interesting. Interesting mechanic. What the? Seems a bit odd. Do you have to do it from here? Just need more. Just gotta back up, basically. More room to run. Yo, fuck off. They made this level for kids? No. Oh, that's even more dumb. That's what you're supposed to do? No. Why is that such a fucking hassle? Like that's the least intuitive thing. That's so dumb. Sure. What is this, Battletoads? Sure. You're traumatized from the ice level in Battletoads. Most ice levels suck. A lot of people talk about how water levels suck. I think ice levels are the worst. The ice level used to be as far as I could make it in Battletoads, but recently through this same series that we're playing, I was able to get past that, and our new personal best. For the first time, I was able to beat the ice stage. Our new personal best is beating the snake stage after the ice stage, and then that's as far as we've gotten. But we were playing the Game Gear version and the Genesis version, and then it was the Genesis version that I was able to get that personal best in. I don't know. Push the ice block up the ramp. Oh, I see. What? Something happened. Nice progression. Thanks for the help, by the way. Took you ages to realize Genesis is the same thing as Mega Drive in the UK. Yeah, they just had a totally different name. Yeah, definitely, I would have been here way, way longer if it wasn't for the help. Nope. Nope. What? That. The snake level and the saw pursuit level are the hardest in the game. No. That is so annoying. Ultra annoying. No. No. What? The f does it want from me? This is definitely impossible. It's gotta be. Such a janky mechanic, super unnecessary. Did they test these games? Did they bother paying someone to test them? Or did they just ask people to test it for free? Is that why? Is that why this is is this going on right now? It's gotta be. Exactly. Like Sunky 06. Sunky 3. I personally like Sunky Spinball. That's one of my favorites. I'm gonna take a quick break here to get some more coffee and some food once we beat this stage here. But thanks again to Saber for the raid. And thanks again to the recent followers as well. Sure, dude. parallax background's cool here. Mayro and Sunky at the Olympic James. Are you calling Olympic James a hoe? Yeah. Almost. Nope. That was bad timing. Yes. Come on, Blue Falcon. Cool. So we'll take a short break. We'll listen to some music, some Animal Crossing remixes in the meantime. Thanks again, Saber, for the raid and for sharing your community over here. And I will not be long, and we'll dive into Ice Cap Zone 2 here in just a sec. I'm just gonna take a short break, and then we'll be back. Remember, you can spin the wheel at any time, but if you want to see me keep playing Sonic 3, then just stick around. Don't redeem the wheel spin, and we'll keep playing. Captain Falcon's the one who says, come on, in the background of the music. Falcon Punch! Sonic the Hedge Punch! We're gonna slow things down even more with this one, folks. I will not be long. Stick around. And for those of you that can't stick around, hope to see you in the next stream. Thanks again. This music is ridiculous. Slow. My apologies. I just jumped in and heard this ridiculous, like, digitized. Sorry, folks. I'm gonna change it up while I eat. Just having some soup. Thanks for choosing to spend a little bit of your Monday here. Super Smash Hog. It's just a pig. I should just take a second here. Okay. Here's some music from Stardew Valley in the meantime. I'll be right back. Okay, folks, thanks for your patience. I ended up having some food, but then it just did not sit well with me. It wasn't, I can't handle spicy food these days, and it always tends to make my stomach not feel great, so I'm not feeling the best at the moment, but we'll dive right back into Ice Capstone. Thanks for sticking around. Okay, you should be able to see me. I'm back. And hope you enjoyed some music by Concerned Ape from Stardew Valley. Really, really fantastic game. I'm really, really excited about Haunted Chocolatier as well. Thank you for the follow, Keith. You should be able to see and hear the game. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the follow. All the folks that have been following the channel recently and just discovering the channel for the first time, but also showing up on the regular to more than one stream. I really appreciate it. I really enjoy the channel and revisiting a lot of these games in completely different ways, and just like playing games I never would normally have played or haven't played in years, and even discovering really interesting indie games along the way. So hopefully you're enjoying it too. Okay. What is this, Kirby? Super not into that. Next. No. Well, that sucks. Excuse me. Nope. 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 Come on. Interesting. You can't cheese it? No, we don't want that. Okay. Nope. Missed the one up. It's fine. I said we don't want that. No. It's actually pretty cool. It's a nice little throwback to the bridges from Green Hill Zone, but they just look really cool as ice. No pun intended. Damn, they look so cold, they look cool. Excuse me. That's what I thought. Loving the color palette here. The purple and gold. Cool ice for sore eyes. Back up. Well. I'm just trying different frames for my glasses today, and weirdly the lenses I think are slightly different, so it's a little getting used to, for sure. Hopefully, yeah, there we go. That's better for the volume for the music. Oop. Yo, Legmaster, Corbear, welcome to the stream. If we can get a shout out for Legmaster, that'd be sweet. How you doing? Just gonna turn this down a touch. There we go. Alright, maybe we're just gonna ignore that part. And go this way. Yep. That's funny. How about that? No. Yeah, that's the volume you want. Okay. There we go. Just going from Stardew Valley music to this. I'm gonna make sure it sounds good. How have I been doing? I've been doing good. I'm not feeling the greatest right now. I just had some soup that didn't sit too well with me. Spicy food. Just, honestly, ever since I hit 30, spicy food has just not been agreeing with me. I guess it's the new normal. Yo! Stop what you're doing there. Oh, I see you. I see this strat. Oh, you got sick? Hopefully you're feeling better. You finally got the fan and you're doing better? Nice. That's awesome. That's good to hear. You weren't able to log into Twitch for like 2 months. Well, hopefully you're on the up and up now. And you got a brand new PC fan. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, we recently, last Wednesday, sorry, it was my birthday, so we recently did our first subathon. I played Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Haven't been doing the viewer request nights as frequently. And we've been rocking a whole bunch of these retro roulette streams. And it looks like we're dead there. I'm gonna have to do this for the top. But I really like this format because you can spin the wheel at any time. And I've got 1,500 games that are ROM hacks, homebrews, all sorts of different games that are themed around animals and creatures across Atari 2600 to N64. And whenever someone spins the wheel, I have to play whatever game comes up. And I can spin the wheel at any time. Actually, weirdly enough, we haven't had a wheel spin at all in the stream because we started with our initial spin got us Sonic 3. And we've just been hanging. But we've played spooky Halloween games in a similar format, and it's actually pretty fun. We had a situation where I got to the end of Castlevania 1, the end of Dracula's second phase, and just as we were about to beat it and say, hey, yep, we beat Castlevania 1 on stream, someone spun the wheel, so it didn't count. And the same thing happened with Dracula X as well. We got to the second final Dracula phase, and then wheel spin. Pretty fun. So we can't technically say we beat it on stream. Can you imagine someone doing that at the very last hit? Like they know that the final boss has one hit to go. Oh yeah, Dracula X is rough too. This is rough. More like ice crap zone. Let's get out of here. Okay. Can we do this with 0 rings? No. Nah, I can do this. Come on. Show me the pattern. 1. Up. 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 Nope. No, dude. That's dumb. Okay. Yes, the thwomp noises definitely fit with the music here. goes the bay whoop. Whoops. It'll respawn. Oh, that was lucky. That's so good. This is incredible soundtrack. Hey. Welcome home. Oh, we get so close there. My partner just got home, so I'm just touching base. That's why I was on mute there. This is kind of nuts. This is not the way to go. Nope, it's not. platform. Whoop, whoop. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's basically what this sounds like to me. That Sesame Street song. No rings, that's not a good place to be in. And we went all the way back, that's not good. Whew. Not good. Rings. Whoever the hype man is for this track, I mean, it's a little bit much. Go, 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 go. Oh, is that a bad thing? Oh no! Knuckles is a little shit disturber, isn't he? Oh, this sucks. There's no way. Nice. Oh, what a thing for people to rate it on too. That's so funny. That was 100% clippable. I think I've gotten that longer before, where we bounce the sign at the end of the level. Idarama, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Were you doing some Sea of Thieves earlier, I believe? I think I saw that happening. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the raid. We're playing some Sonic the Hedgehog 3 on Genesis, and this is episode 22 of our animal and creature themed retro roulette. Anyone can spin the wheel at any time. This was our initial spin, and we just haven't had a spin because the game is just so good. Nobody in the chat has spun. I haven't spun. So welcome to the Genesis Funk Zone. What? Heck yeah. Couple clippable moments. Oh, no, can't make it. Is it worth it? Was that worth it? This secret better be worth it. Excuse me? No. Oh, I see. It opened this up. Cool. Look. Go, 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 go. Sewer surfing. You had to rat and scramble to get housework done. Nice. Aren't you always ratting? Thanks for the rat. Thanks for the rat, Dad. Oh. You are not my father. Nice. I like how we went from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to Intervention. Hope you're doing well, Itarama. Don't tell me we just went back in progress here. Okay, no, this is forward progression. This has got to be. What? Cool, the drowning music was just about to start. Like, barely the first note played. What? Oh, I gotcha. What the? Whew. Close calls. Yes! Oh my god, I did not know you could do this. I haven't gotten this far in this game, perhaps. I used to rent the hell out of this game, but I've never gotten this far. This is badass. I didn't know that Sonic could just steal the Eggman clown car like that. Oh no, Idris Elba! Yo. That was aggressive. Okay, apparently we gotta watch all that again. Alright, let's attempt this bounce. Thank you to Saber and thank you to Itarama for the raids today. Appreciate it. You okay?
Oh my god, I feel so sad.
Just so people know, that's not my partner's not feeling physically ill. She just sent a serious email, basically. Sent a spoopy email, I would say, but spoopy for no reason, because she's awesome. I have to say, this is my least favorite level in... Yep, least favorite level in Sonic 3 so far. My apologies, folks, for having to watch this over and over. What is this, the 4th time? Thanks for the GGs, Farmer. This is just embarrassing at this point. Gunslinger Gantz, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alas, I do believe my lurking led me here. I must go now, but I'll leave a follow in my wake. Good luck with Eggman, my dude. Thanks. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks for joining in with the raids. I appreciate it. This is tricky. This really is. I haven't, I don't think I've ever fought this version of Eggman. Yes! I knew there was a way to get it. Thankfully we have save states. Nice. Whew. It's an interesting boss fight. Bye-bye, Jim Carrey. Oh. Oh, yes, I know this piece of music. Shit's about to get serious. Here we go. Nope. No way. to hit him right in the chest. It's the only way. Great boss theme. We only have 2 minutes to beat this fight. When it gets to 10 minutes, it's time up. Only have 2 minutes here, so just 1 second. That's rough. No, you can't do that. Ooh. Oh, come on. Let's just take it slow and methodical. Whew, that was a risk to make that final hit there, but there we go. Heck yeah. Nice. Yes. Perfect sound effect. I didn't even realize that that was the final boss. We're not playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles, we're just doing Sonic the Hedgehog 3, which is just the first game that we happened to get on stream. So, you know what, I'm glad that people didn't spin the wheel, because it ended up, because you guys have just as much control over what I'm playing as much as I do. And you can spin the wheel at any time, and I'm glad that no one did, because we were able to beat it. It was the final boss. Well, there you go. Don't think I've ever beat that before, because I've never taken on that boss. I just needed music. So yeah, we can say that we've officially beat Sonic 3. I did not anticipate that to be the very, very end. Well, we'll just take a moment here and watch the credits, but I'll be right back. Grandmaster Farmer, time for bed. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate it. This is a cool one. It's a fun one to dive into, and you know, there's a whole bunch of lore about Michael Jackson having involvement in the music, and there's a lot of references in rhythms and melodies and stuff like that. It's a fun rabbit hole to go down, and if you haven't played this before or haven't played it in a while, I highly recommend it. So stick around, and then we will spin the wheel and play another animal and creature themed game. Okay, we're going to spin that wheel and see what's up next. Okay, so we're spinning it and we have game 988. And 988 is... Ooh, it's Tiny Toon Adventures 2, Trouble in Wacky Land, but we've already played that one actually several streams back for the same series. So we'll spin the wheel again. It's a really small chance that we're gonna get a game that we played before on this series specifically, but it's 257. All right, let's see what that's all about. Chippendale Rescue Rangers on NES. We have also recently played that one. That's so funny. Alright, well, let's keep it going. 1,500 games to pick. I'm sure one of them we haven't played. 924, alright. Nice. Alright. We're going to be playing Dr. Garfield on the Game Boy. That's right. It's a mod and ROM hack of Dr. Mario. And actually, I've played the NES Dr. Mario, but haven't played much of the Game Boy version, so we'll be diving into that for the first time. Stick around. Now this is pretty hilarious just because it's a Mario game, but it's a ROM hack to change the main character to Garfield, and Chris Pratt is doing the voice of both of those characters. And if you follow Dr. Orochi, he's got a whole slew of Garfield emotes too. There's another tie-in. That's funny. I'll just take a second to load.
Never give up.
Okay, you should be able to see me and hear me and get that game up in a second. Yes, this is Dr. Garfield. It's funny, it even uses Cooper Black, the Garfield font, in the title screen. Okay, let me just switch this up. It's actually a fairly decent puzzle game, Dr. Mario, like, in terms of, it's pretty unique. We'll go with chill. There we go. Oh, nope. We're not doing well. No. We want Garfield to... yeah, to show up in color there. There we go. Let's reset this. We kind of screwed ourselves there. There we go. Okay. Much better. Yes. Nice. First combo. Ah, nice. Second combo. Garfield looks so indifferent. Like he really just doesn't care. Oh. Oh, that's not what I wanted at all. I don't even know, this is not working out. Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh, oh, that was a bad call. I think it's hilarious. Like, it really is funny that Chris Pratt is voicing both of these characters. in upcoming films. Both Mario and Garfield. This is not a new ROM hack, by the way. This was made a long time ago. And there is a version of this ROM hack on NES as well. There. And then we should be able to just sneak this in. Oh! That is awful. That's an oof moment if I've ever seen one. Big oof. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're talking big oof. We're talking big oof. Wow, wow, wow. So funny. You want to play this? It's great to be me. Welcome to the stream. I mean, this is probably not that different from, besides the graphical change, there's really no difference between this and, not much at least, the original Dr. Mario. It's so funny. A lot of early era ROM hacks too were like simple graphical changes like this, but some of them can be super, super charming. It doesn't change much of the gameplay. And like I said, there is a version, like whoever made this also made an NES Dr. Garfield. I never played the Game Boy Dr. Mario before, and this is pretty rad. I imagine anyone that grew up with Dr. Mario on the Game Boy would have had hours and hours of gameplay. It's a perfect like handheld game too. Okay. You played on your Super Nintendo, nice. And your NES, but you played on your SNES Mini hacked with your friends. Very cool. Yeah, the Super Nintendo, isn't there like Dr. Mario Tetris combo game? And I tried playing, I wasn't able to get everything working, but I tried Dr. Mario 64, but I didn't play a lot of time, or I didn't spend a lot of time with Dr. Mario 64. Was that one good? Did anyone in the chat play? Nice. That's what you play. Right on. Oh, I like the Tetris emotes. I'm a huge fan of puzzle games. In fact, I do co-op Tetris streams with my partner on stream, where we play different types of Tetris. Tetris Battle Gaiden on the Super Famicom. You're a modern Tetris main? Nice. So do you play stuff like Tetris Effect and Tetris 99? Ooh, that didn't work out for us either. Okay, we're just screwing up now at this point. We can't give up though. We can't give up. Yes, all the Tetris emotes. I love it. That's cool. Tetraio, nice. Dip, 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 dip. Ooh, there we go. Come on, we can do this. There we go. Yes. Sorry, John. Oh, I was hoping the blocks on the left would have moved, but they did not. Okay. Oh wow, that's not working out for us at all. Nope. no, 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 no. We're blocking ourselves unnecessarily. No. No. Don't die, don't die, don't die. That's it. First miss. XXX. You got champagne?
Yeah.
From what?
I have to film it and
Oh,
photograph
okay.
it, but then we can drink it after.
Cool. Okay, let's be smarter. Oh, no. As soon as I said that, let's be smart about this, and then I ignore my own advice. Okay. That feels silly too. Ah, shoot. Just keep getting distracted here, just one sec. We'll have to start from the beginning. We'll pop the restart button in there. We'll play some Stardew Valley music, and I'll be right back, folks. Okay, we're gonna start from the top. What, is it just not gonna work? Oh, okay, my controller is about to die. Just one sec. That's what's going on. So I'll just take a second here. Nope. Nope. Okay, I gotta reset a whole bunch of stuff. That's really silly, but one sec. So hopefully my controller works. Yes. Okay. Just needs to be like reset in such a weird, convoluted order of operations, but what ifs? You know, we could just turn the music off but keep the sound effects on. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, so the sound effects are still there. Yeah. There we go, and so I'm so much more down with that, actually. Not that I don't like the Dr. Mario music. But I really like Concerned Apes soundtrack of Stardew Valley. Very, very excited for Haunted Chocolatier. It looks really cool. Looks like you can basically like run and manage your own chocolate shop and chocolate factory, but you hire ghosts. And we're also just about to hit that 4 hour and 20 minute mark. If you need to take a break. Oh, nice. It counts as a combo even if you don't get 2 viruses in a row. It's just if you clear 2 lines in a row. I didn't know that. This might not be the song. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Heck yeah. Okay, I'm gonna just do a quick changeover of something here. Just one sec. Speed. Let's see if that's much I think. Yes, it is. Alright. That's Dr. Girl. Yeah, this is the video. Now, the Pokemon trading card game basically was like an RPG that allowed you to walk around a world, just like in Pokemon Red and Blue, Gold, Silver. Instead of training Pokemon, you had a deck of cards, a deck of Pokemon cards, and it had all the way up to the first 2 base sets. I think 2 or 3 base sets of the original Pokemon trading cards, the ones that are worth a lot of value, like the original. If you have like first prints in mint condition, they're all pretty valuable today. And the game itself was super fun. Instead of gym leaders, you went to clubs, and you took on club leaders. And there were still type-based trainers, basically, but you would just duel them with your deck. And if you're into card battle games, it's fairly simple, and it'll introduce you to the Pokemon TCG game, which, you know, there's an online game that you can build decks and match people in as well, too. Very charming soundtrack. They have a sequel as well that included the Team Rocket set and the Fossil set of cards, which are early sets. But it was only released in Japan, the sequel. Cool. Oh, nope. Okay. It's like the most Game Corner sounding music that I've ever heard. And also, what the hell is a Game Sorner? What the fuck did I just say? If you want to catch me playing Pokemon and doing a hard mode challenge of it with my good buddy Rathe V. Murray, you can do that this week. More than likely, we will probably tomorrow be doing a co-op, and then normally on Wednesdays at 11 a.m. Pacific, we continue our ongoing Pokemon co-op series. We both stream at the same time, This Wednesday it'll be a little bit later, but we both stream at the same time, and we're both doing the Nuzlocke challenge together. It's a hard mode challenge where you can only catch the first Pokemon in each area, and if your Pokemon faints, it's considered dead, and you have to either release it or put it in the PC. Lots of people know what it is, but there's a co-op variant called the Soul Link, where our encounters and our Pokemon team are connected. So if something happens to one of Rathay's Pokemon, it happens to mine. And I've been really enjoying Pokemon Suite. It's a super fun take on the game, and it's got all new typings, flavorings. It redesigns all the Pokemon to be edible treats. It's just a cute game in general, and it's pretty refined. Like, if you look at the battle system and the fact that they created brand new types, and it's not just a one-for-one, it's like a full new type chart. It's pretty impressive. Highly recommend checking it out. This music's just reminding me of the playthrough, because it's very similar. I'm not sure if it's the same composer, Junichi Masuda, who is now the director of the Pokemon Company, but originally the composer of all the Pokemon games. Whoa. Thank you so much for the raid. Annie Blank, welcome to the stream. Yes, we are playing Dr. Garfield. It is a ROM hack of Dr. Mario. And yes, both those characters are going to be played by Chris Pratt. Welcome to the stream. Were you doing some Tetris? Oh, thank you so much for the sub as well. I appreciate that. Thanks for resubbing. Keeping it going for 7 months. Thank you, thank you. We are playing Dr. Garfield. It's just a ROM hack on Game Boy, but we're listening to music from Pokemon, the trading card game. And it's literally just a different Garfield tossing pills into a bottle. It's essentially the game. There is a ROM hack of Dr. Mario on NES as well, called Dr. Garfield. You were playing Mario Kart, nice, very cool. Well, yeah, thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate that. You know, it's not that I don't like the Dr. Mario music, but it definitely is not as good as the Pokemon trading card game music. Oh shit, it's getting serious. Yes, that's right. The only thing that's missing is Goku's hair, and then we'd have the Chris Pratt trifecta. Yes, it's true. Oh. Okay. It's actually a pretty tight game. But the Game Boy Dr. Mario is, you know, it's a simple game, but honestly, more and more these days I've been drawn to simple games. Simple arcade-style puzzle games. Yes. Okay, let's see if we can accurately. Yes. That one really good. It's really easy to like lose your focus in this game, and then like totally screw yourself over. Nice. Were you doing Mario Kart 8 online, or were you playing multiplayer with Chris, or what was your stream like, and how did it go? And I'm sure, Henny, you know that Garfield card exists, right? You know that's a thing? It's not good, but it exists. Surfins has done a handful of co-op Garf Kart tournaments. Oh, this is tricky. Oh no. This is tricky. You saw Surfin's play? Yeah, it looked terrible. Like, Sonic R looked better, and I played Sonic R. Or Sonic R, it looked like Sonic R was better than it is what I meant to say, because I haven't played Garfield Kart. That's a terrible racing game. I bought it alongside Sonic CD, and it was just, like, super janky. However, I've spent hours playing the whole Sega All-Stars, the whole, is it like Sonic Team Racing, or whatever it is? Sonic Nitro Kart, is that what it's called? The one where for some reason you can also play as NASCAR drivers. Like human NASCAR drivers. Because of course, Sonic's okay to cross the stream of living in the reality. I mean, he's friends with the president, he saved a human, and I think was in love with a human, which is really weird. In Sonic 06. We're talking Sonic because we played Sonic 3 earlier before this and beat it. I didn't expect that we were going to beat it, but we did. 1.5 million save states later, but... That was done. Okay. Nope, not what I wanted to do. Also not what I wanted to do. Nope, didn't want to do that either. No, don't do this to me again. Come on. This is rough. Oh, no, 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 no. That was not the way to go. That was not the way to go. No. Oh my god. No, 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 no. It's not a landslide. It's not happening. Nope, nope, nope. We got gorfed. Look at him. He cares even less when you lose. Like, he's just like, whatever, just tossing the pills that are somehow the length of his arm. And then he's just like, look what you did. What did you do? Oh, we get to continue from this level, though. Just gonna turn it down just a touch. No. Oh, now that was the move. Got it. New stage. We just had funk music going on the entire stream, basically. The entire soundtrack of Sonic 3. Super funky. And then now this. Oh, nope. Not the way to go. Dr. Garfield, lots of lasagna RX incoming. I need you to take 2 lasagnas and call me Monday morning. What's up, Cyphers? Can we get a shout out to Cyphers as well as Honey Blank? If you're not following both of those streamers, go do it. Go do it. Yes, this is the official Dr. Garfield by Nintendo. The voice of Garfield is Chris Pratt. He is so cool. Garfield will be doing a lot of talking in the movie. And the voice of Odie? Charlie Day. I'm really excited to see this timid sibling on the big screen. And of course, doing the voice of King Monday, Jack Black. I'm looking forward to a monster performance from Jackson. This music sounds like it's from Link's Awakening, but no. It's actually from Pokemon Trading Card Game. Yeah, exactly. Well, what would Garfield's like nemesis be? I was thinking Nermal, but I feel like Nermal is more like a Fawful, Magikoopa, Kamek sort of deal. An annoyance. And a villain, but not the main one. Unless we're talking spiders. Yeah, it's a great soundtrack. You just have the option of playing with just the sound effects in the game, so I figured why not. Ooh. Combo? Oh yeah, Binky the Clown, that's right. Pretty sure Jack Black could do a mean Binky the Clown voiceover. I don't even remember what that character's voice sounds like. No. Ooh. Loud and obnoxious. Nice. That's what his voice sounds like. Yes. Okay. Alright, this is filled up with viruses here. This is like the Hall of Fame music. That sucks. At least we recovered, but come on. Cove Field. Instead of COVID-19, it's Cove Field 19. No, Garfield is like indifferent. He doesn't care. Like, he looks super indifferent, but at least he's still getting rid of these viruses. At least he's still doing his part, you know? Can't have a Garfield game without lore. Oh, shit. Let's get real. We aren't making smart calls right now. Not at all. Oh, nope. Oh, that was dumb. Oh, come on. Just making it infinitely tougher for us for no reason. Oh. No. Nope, 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 nope. This is a big oof moment right now. Ah. No. No. Yeah, no, we're screwed. Damn. That's right, folks. Garfield is going hardcore. There's no way. Nope. Okay, what about that? Nope. Wow, that is wild to do. Okay, let's try 15, and then we'll probably spin the wheel, or we could keep playing Dr. Garfield. It's totally up to you. You have the power to choose what game we're gonna play, because you can spin the wheel for 1,000 moonstones, and whenever someone spins the wheel, I have to play whatever game we get. We did Sonic 3 and beat it earlier. Now we're on to this. No. 15 is also too hard. I'm trying to think of what we can do. Although there's not a whole lot. Or is there? No, that was our only chance. Was to go from below. No. How about this? All the fanfares. It's just fanfares. The music is just gone. It's just gone, everyone. Everything's so much more serious. Oh. That's not good. Nope. Let's go. Yeah, like I said, it's not like the Dr. Mario soundtrack on Game Boy is bad. It was just fun to listen to the trading card game soundtrack for a bit. No. Yes. No. Yes. We'll try it again. Oh, that's so dumb. Spinning that wheel, alright. Alright, cool. So we're going to play music from the trading card game just in the meantime, and we'll spin that wheel and see what other animal related game that we get. Thank you for that, Redeem, Henny. Let's listen to music from Banjo-Kazooie instead. In the meantime, another animal-related game, of course. Now, there's 1,500 games in this list. There's ROM hacks, there's homebrews, there's all sorts of cool stuff. Prototypes from Atari 2600 to N64. Come on.
Uh-huh.
Alright, we're spinning that wheel and we've got game number 313. Hey, Super Monkey Ball Jr. on the Game Boy Advance. I never played the Game Boy Advance Super Monkey Ball. Let's see what it's like. They obviously have a new remake that recently came out. When we were playing earlier Sonic 3, we were talking about different Sega games and Sega franchises. And I've seen a few people stream it, actually. I used to spend a lot of time playing Super Monkey Ball on the GameCube with my buddy Daryl, who's in the chat. One of our mods, Stegosaurus McCartney. So Super Monkey Ball Jr. on the Game Boy Advance. Stick around. I'll just take a second here to update the game. Alright, so you should be able to see me, and in a second here we'll be able to see the game. Just usually takes a second here. There we go. So I'm here, we've got the GBA layout, and this is it. Of course it's going to use Comic Sans. Oh man. Keep the funk music going. The funk and the hip hop. Just don't want it to be too loud. So it should just take a second here. I might have to hide my video here just a second. Okay. Definitely beginner for sure. There's no way. I, Mimi, baby, gone. Who should we be, folks? First person in the chat that decides. First person in the chat to toss a suggestion of what character we should be. Nobody cares. Okay, we'll be Mimi. Interesting. So they're actually going to do 3D levels on the GBA.
Ready?
Not really. Whoa, jeez. I'm not ready for this. I didn't know they made like essentially like a Mode 7 style. Whoa, folks, look at our time. Look at our time. 42. It follows us everywhere, every playthrough. That's so funny. 42 rings, 42 seconds, 42 coins.
Ready? Go!
Fallout, New Vegas. What's your favorite game? Fallout, Diablo, Quake, Team Arena.
Ready? Go!
Me, my eye. Oh,
Fallout!
let's start from scratch.
Ready?
Let's do this from the top. We'll play as II for Henny Blank. This is multiplayer too? Holy. This is actually pretty impressive for the Game Boy Advance. It's all about when this came out too.
Ready?
Wow.
Go! Fallout!
Fallout, Tetris, Super Mario Bros. 3, Diablo 2, Duke Nukem Forever, Bioshock.
Fallout!
Oh yeah, Fallout again.
Ready? Go!
Yo, Daryl. Perfect timing. We played and beat Sonic 3 earlier on the Genesis. We were playing a little bit of Dr. Mario on the Game Boy, but a ROM hack of it called Dr. Garfield. Exactly what you think it is. And we just started this. This is Super Monkey Ball Jr. on the Game Boy Advance. I did not know that they had a full-on, like, old school, but 3D playable Super Monkey Ball on the GBA. There's a lot of really good Sega games on the GBA though. You have to think about it, like if Sega was to still have a console around, or if there was like a maybe like a Game Gear Advance, this is probably like the kind of thing you might have expected quality wise. But this is cool. I'm really stoked that this is excuse me, Poppy.
Hurry up!
Fallout.
Fallout!
Hope you're doing well, Daryl.
Ready? Go!
You gotta try this out for sure. The remake just came out too. I don't know if you've seen anyone play it, Daryl, but they just did a brand new like remake of the very first one. Oh, you have? Nice, nice. You were just checking out the new one, and you can jump. Wasn't there jumping in the OG one on GameCube, or the one that we played?
Ready? Go!
Let's just go for it. Even if we miss bananas.
Ready? Go!
Huh?
Fallout!
Damn. Monkey Ball is one of your favorite jams, definitely.
Ready?
I remember we used to play a lot of it.
Go!
Too sexy for my ball. Too sexy for my monkey. Too sexy for my super. Too sexy for my monkey. Too sexy for my ball. Too sexy for my super. It's a disorienting game on the Game Boy Advance, though, I will say. It's not easy to get used to. I know that GBA had some games like WarioWare Twisted and Yoshi's Topsy Turvy, which had built in. Essentially, there's like a sensor on the cart that let you almost like how you've got motion control and like a phone or Joy-Cons or Wiimote kind of thing. It was like an add-on, and it was pretty clever. Like the WarioWare Twisted one allowed you. It was basically like a compilation of classic mini games as well as all new ones, which allowed you to like physically turn the Game Boy Advance and have things happen in the game. Nice, the bonus music's great. Ho ho.
Ready? Go!
Wow.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go!
This is a pretty like mellow.
Ball out!
And there goes the battle!
Ready?
Thanks for the delay, Streamlabs. 1, you suck. And 2, you also suck. And don't forget, before I go, Streamlabs, you suck. Do do do. Oh.
Ball out!
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of game that you would want to
Ready?
just kind of de-stress with. I know it's kind of stressful too at the same time. 'Cause it's like anxiety building, but I feel like you can kind of hit that monkey ball zen moment, sort of like I do with Mario games that Mario is in.
Ball out!
Or a good puzzle game, like Dr. Garfield. Thanks again to Saber and Itorama for those raids earlier. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all the new followers. We just keep making the same mistake.
Ready? Go!
Wow. Well,
Ready?
just use all the continues.
Go!
Ugh.
Ball out!
Especially considering we actually do it almost perfectly the first time.
Ready? Go!
Wow.
Ready? Go! Ball out!
Awful.
Ready? Go!
Hey, I never said I was going to be good at any of the games that we happen to get in the roulette.
Wow.
Ball out! Ready? Go! Ball out!
That's awful. This is like
Ready?
a challenge.
Go! Go!
I'm like half expecting to see the Star Fox ships just show up because of the low poly sort of mode 7 look to this all.
Ball out!
Yipes. Yeah, it's likely not fun to just watch me fail over and over.
Ready? Go!
Just gotta time it.
Ball out! Ready? Go! Hurry up!
Oh,
Ball out!
there's no way. You have to like move forward.
Ready? Go! Ball out!
This is not fun to watch. Okay, we'll change the character up.
Ready? Go!
nice. We totally destroyed Super Mario Brothers, folks. These are the beginner tracks. The baby. Let's go.
Ready? Go! Go! Ready? Go!
Secrets.
Go!
Heck yeah. Got that warp.
Ready? Go!
That's fine. 10. Leaving 10 bananas behind, that's fine. Sometimes, you know, we just have to leave it.
Ready? Go!
This is where I left my banana, Parappa. This is where you left your banana.
Leave it.
Leave it. Oops. I slammed my leave it in the car door. You slammed your leave it in the car door.
Ready? Go! Ready? Go! Ball out. Ready? Go! Ball out.
That's so frustrating.
Go! Ball out. Ready? Go!
Oh wow, what is happening? Do we just not know how to control all of a sudden? Did we just forget? This has got to be my most compelling stream yet, out of any stream I've ever done. No. This isn't even funny anymore.
Ready? Go! Go! Ready?
This is where we were before. This is where you were before. Whoops. This is where your parents were before. Oh, whoops.
Ball out. Ready? Go!
There's a way to do it. Nope. Yes.
Go! Ready? Go! Ball out. Ready?
The arrows. Okay, the arrow's not a booster pad or anything. It's actually just telling us exactly to stay in the middle.
Go!
Nice.
Ready? Go!
Yes. And yes. Wow. That was actually really lucky. And that was it. That's the 10 beginner stages. Those are the first stages in Super Monkey Ball Jr. Cool. This does not count as beating the game. This is a cool little credit sequence, though. Good old Andy Onions. We couldn't have made this game without programmer Andy Onions. Andy Garlic. Andy Onions. Andy Oil. And he's also a producer of realism as well. This game could not have been as real. Could not have been realized without that guy. Ooh. That's pretty cool. We're gonna have dinner here in just a sec, so I think what I might do is I might actually just call the stream and then yeah. just call the stream and raid somebody. If you stick around, then you can earn extra moonstones. I'm gonna probably stream a little later today. If not, you'll catch me tomorrow or Wednesday in the evening. Got some stuff to do during the day on Wednesday, but normally we do a co-op stream with Rathe v Mori, and we'll probably either do it tomorrow or we'll do it Thursday. Whatever works. So it looks like Moosebones is online doing a Monster Rancher 2 Battle League. A really good friend of mine I used to live with Nash years ago, like 10 years ago in university, and he streams a whole bunch of really cool early 3D era, like low poly stuff. So he does Monster Rancher, he runs his own Battle League for it. He's done a Nuzlocke challenge of Digimon World and Digimon World 2, which are games on the PS1, and we're doing the Nuzlocke challenge on the channel as well with Rathe. That's the co-op that we do. So it's really interesting. It's just like he does like hard mode stuff. He also does like arcade fighters. I mentioned earlier that 2 of the games I had on the Genesis back in the day were Mortal Kombat 1 and 2. Those are kind of like the main arcade fighters that I played as a kid. So let's just go hang out there and go and show Moosebone some love. I will see everyone either a little later or tomorrow for the next stream. And if you're watching on YouTube, consider clicking that subscribe button. It'll let you know when I upload brand new streams. Every stream gets uploaded in full,